because of this bill.
It really saddens me to make this contribution. There are three main aspects of the bill that are of particular concern to me. The proposal to make it compulsory for academies to teach the national curriculum, the harmonisation of teachers' pay across academies and maintained schools, and the pathway for future failing schools.
Or Catherine Burble-Singh, who argue that if passed... Madam Deputy Speaker, this is how they treat one of the best head teachers in this country. There is no evidence whatsoever that their proposals will improve a single school. In fact, the evidence is clear that they will make things worse.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Education, Laura Trott.
Conference, hello. It is an absolute honour to be addressing you as Shadow Education Secretary. It's a job I've always dreamed of doing. Well, Education Secretary would obviously be better, but I'm working on it. There are three people on my mind as I speak to you today. Three people who have shaped my thinking, whose stories I want to replicate up and down the country. The first is a girl called Celine, who I heard about from her head teacher. She lived in a dangerous council estate in Sheffield. The closest school to her home just wasn't delivering for children. It was unsafe, with dismal results and terrible behaviour, and it had been that way for years, as was the case with all the schools in the area. That is, until the arrival of the Free Schools programme, a Conservative policy pioneered by the formidable force of Michael Gove and Nick Gibb. Thanks to them, a brilliant head teacher called Dean Webster was able to establish Mercia School. When Mercia opened, Celine got her sliding doors moment, a chance to go to a different, better school. When she started at the new school, the head teacher, Dean, went to visit Celine in her flat. He told me about how, on his way there, he passed gangs on the corner, had to step over people passed out on drugs. It was a glimpse into the world that was waiting for Celine. But through a traditional academic education, a longer school day, and zero tolerance for bad behaviour, Mercia School passed Celine a lifeline. And I couldn't be more pleased to tell you that this summer, Celine got top A-level results and is now going on to study law at university. A brilliant school set her on a very different path. A school which didn't exist 15 years ago and never would have existed without the Conservatives in government. That is the difference that we can make. The second person whose story I would like to share today is a young boy I met in Ilford. I'll call him Mason, but that wasn't his real name. He had a horrendous home life and, for understandable reasons, was acting out terribly at school. He just wasn't coping. He was making life a misery and learning impossible, not just for him, but for the other 29 children in his class too. Enough was enough, and Mason was rightly removed from the mainstream and placed in alternative provision for children with behavioural problems. And that's where I met him. This specialist provision helped change his life. It was his version of intensive care, helping him to get back on his feet with the highly specialised support that he needed and so craved. There are too many that think it is compassionate to keep a child like Mason in mainstream school at the expense not just of his future, but that of his classmates' future too. So let me tell you what real compassion looks like. It's taking Mason out of a setting that was failing him, letting him get the extra support he clearly needed. That is what we need to fight for children like Mason. And the third person whose story I'd like to share, is a teacher called Kat. I met Kat at a recent visit to her school in Trinity, a free school in a deprived area in Leeds, where she is the principal. 61% of her pupils were disadvantaged. Over 70% don't have English as their first language. But Kat radiates passion about her school, her teachers and her students, and her energy is infectious. She was rightly so proud of the curriculum they have developed, the high standards of behaviour that they expect from every student, the results that they are seeing every day, which far outstrip anything previously achieved in the local area. Results, I might add, that they can only achieve because of the freedoms that come with being an academy. Freedoms that I refuse to let the Labour government just take away casually without any thought for the consequences. Celine, Mason and Kat, I'm in their service and the thousands like them. They are why I do this job. Unlike Bridget Phillipson, I will never come to work only thinking about the unions. Conference, we know that this party, the Conservative Party, is a true party of opportunity. We know it's not about where you come from, but where you're going. You shouldn't be defined by who your parents are or where you were born, but by your ideas and what you have to contribute. That is why the Conservative Party is a party of opportunity. We, the Conservatives, never succumb to the soft bigotry of low expectations because we believe that every child should have a chance in life. And reforming schools unleashes opportunity, plain and simple. But it's not enough just to believe in public service reform. The inconvenient reality, and other parties might want to take note, is you actually have to have a plan to deliver it to. And that is exactly what the Conservatives in government did. An Academies Act passed in 77 days. Hundreds of new free schools, thousands of new academies, a rigorous curriculum, high-quality technical education, tougher exams, better teaching standards, phonics, a stop to grade inflation, calculators and exams thrown out, millions more children in good and outstanding schools. That is what the Conservatives did in government. We reformed schools. And guess what? Standards, they went through the roof. Those schools have improved, not through words, but through strong accountability, academic rigour, rigorous inspection and freedoms. And crucially, all of that happens with teachers and not bureaucrats in control. Conference, under us, English children became the best at reading and maths in the Western world. This is an achievement that other countries marvel at. They look to us as an example of what they want to replicate in their schools, eager to learn how this was achieved. But, unbelievably, all of these reforms are under threat. Under threat from a Labour Party who believe in backing unions over backing children. A Labour Party that even booed one of Britain's best head teachers in the House of Commons simply because she runs a school which was opened by a Conservative government. The only consistent strand of this Labour government is that union demands come ahead of the interests of children of this country. It should be of no surprise to anyone that Bridget Phillipson is running for Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. As Education Secretary, she spent more time appeasing unions than standing up for children. From the outset, her loyalties were very clear. In the first few months, she held dozens of meetings with union leaders, allowing them to write her policies. And what was the result? A schools bill that nobody voted for, botched Ofsted reforms, a dumbing down of standards, and a misguided curriculum review. Every single time the Education Secretary has been confronted with a tough decision, she's capitulated to the left. This might help her with the deputy leadership election, but it doesn't help children at school. In all the chaos that is going on in the world, we have to just stop and realise the extent of damage that Labour are doing to school children. And that starts with unpicking our school reforms. There is no evidence that Labour's so-called reforms will improve a single school, not any. The sad fact is, we already have a live case study of why Labour's changes won't work. And it's a little over 40 miles away from this hall. Over the border, children in Labour-run Wales are being let down. They're untouched by the education revolution seen here in England. Unfortunately, Wales have seen plummeting standards and poorer outcomes. Just look at this graph. Instead of learning what not to do from Wales, the Education Secretary is inexplicably repeating the very same policies, the very same mistakes. And why? Because union bosses want her to. Trading policy for votes, and all to the detriment of children's education. Shame on the Labour Party. Shame on them for letting that waste of potential happen here. Labour are turning their backs on everything that we know improves schools. Everything that people in this hall have worked so hard for. Everything that Celine, Mason and Kat need. This is a quiet betrayal of all children, but it's the poorest who will be most affected. This is nothing less than education vandalism, and Conference, together with my brilliant shadow education team, Diana, Saqib, Rebecca and Jack, we will fight it every step of the way. Let me turn now to one of the key problems facing schools, behaviour. We must make sure that every child who goes to school is given the chance to learn from excellent head teachers and without fear for their safety. I went to a good comprehensive with some brilliant teachers to whom I'm extremely grateful. But I also saw the consequences of bad behaviour. I can tell you, being at a school where teachers are sometimes locked in cupboards, things are thrown in the classroom, and fights break out in the hallway does not make it easy to learn, or for teachers to teach. The truth is that children cannot learn if they're stuck in a chaotic environment where bad behaviour runs rife. You would think that this is obvious, but not, it seems, unfortunately, to the Labour Party. Sadiq Khan thinks that when you bring a knife into the classroom, you shouldn't be expelled. Andy Burnham, who's been a popular topic of conversation recently, called for the end to pupil referral units. So no more expulsions for the most disruptive pupils. That's mad. And north of the border in Scotland, the SNP have actively sought to keep disruptive pupils in mainstream schools, to the point where last year just a single pupil was permanently excluded over the whole academic year, across the whole of Scotland. Conference turning a blind eye to aggression, disruption or violence is not moral leadership, it's an abdication of responsibility. Pursuing inclusion at the expense of order is the opposite of compassion. It abandons that child who needs real specialist help, who's crying out for support. So, instead of this left-wing nonsense, we have a blueprint to improve discipline, building on the work of the last Conservative government. It starts with being honest about the need for permanent exclusions. We can't shy away from setting clear boundaries for excluding pupils when they've been extremely violent or are carrying a knife. This is not about giving up on those children. It's actually the opposite. Children must learn that actions have consequences. That's just how the world works. So, under the Conservatives, our policy is simple. One knife, and you are out. If you assault a teacher, then you are out. If you sexually assault someone, then you are out. If you've been expelled from not just one, but 2 mainstream schools, then it's clear that mainstream classrooms just aren't for you. If children bring knives into the classroom, they shouldn't be there. If they are violent, then they shouldn't be there. And, under the Conservatives, they won't be there. But the important piece of the jigsaw here is that once children have been excluded, it is our duty to them and their future to give them the support that they need, moving them into specialist alternative provision where they stand a real chance of success. Staff in these settings work with extraordinary dedication to turn around the lives of children. I've seen this firsthand. When done well, it's a quality of education that can be tailored to their needs. I saw that with Mason. But we need more places like this. It's clear to me that there is not enough high-quality alternative provision, and as a result, disruptive pupils are being kept in mainstream education for far too long. Our blueprint will create more high-quality places in alternative provision, reducing disruption for the many who suffer from it, and delivering specialist support for the few who need it. And every local area should have specialist provision, partnering with football teams and sports clubs who are brilliant at engaging young people. Just yesterday, I visited Old Trafford and saw the amazing work that Manchester United Foundation are doing to do just that, providing young people with role models, mentors, routine and discipline. This should be everywhere. And girls should have separate provision from violent young men. And we should push standards up through every academy train, partnering with one. We should make alternative provision independent of local authorities. We should make sure that every provider is registered so that every setting is inspected by Ofsted, so there is proper accountability and rigour, especially in those settings for some of the most disadvantaged and challenged children. And we must ensure that those children, especially the most violent, are turning up to their alternative provision, so they're not slipping out of sight and into criminality. Because we believe that children should be in the classroom, not on the street. Fines should be issued automatically when they are not there, because these children need help, and we need to ensure that they get it, and they only get it if they turn up. If we do all this, we can show compassion for those who need it the most, not by some false inclusivity that damages everyone, but by challenging and actually fixing the behavioural issues. Now let me come on to another problem that is causing behavioural issues: smartphones. Time after time, teachers have told me that smartphones are one of the biggest causes of bad behaviour. The government's own research show that they disrupt nearly half of GCSE classes every single day. Look abroad. In Portugal, schools that banned smartphones saw a huge drop in bullying. Australia, Norway, Finland, France, all tightening restrictions on smartphones. Meanwhile, Labour just ignore our call for action. The single biggest thing Labour could do right now to improve behaviour is to get smartphones out of the classroom. And yet the Prime Minister says a ban is unnecessary. Bridget Phillipson calls it a gimmick. And while they stick their heads in the sand, who suffers the most? It's the most disadvantaged. When I first started going into schools to talk to students about this, I didn't necessarily expect to be the most popular person. Taking away smartphones from teenagers is not something that you think will go down particularly well. Yet I have been overwhelmed by the response. The most frequent reaction from students after a ban has been put in place is one of pure relief. I will never forget the face of one boy who told me that it made him feel safe. Young people don't want this to be an issue that they are having to deal with. They want the adults to sort it out. So I'm speaking directly to Bridget Phillipson now. For goodness sake, just get on and do it. Now, the sad truth is this. We've had broken promise after broken promise from the Department for Education. You simply cannot trust Bridget Phillipson when she says that she's going to improve our schools. Conference, you all know about Labour's plans to become the only country in Europe to tax education. It was one of their core manifesto pledges and one of their most vindictive. Because the result of the attack on the independent sector is not more teachers in state schools, but fewer. 400 fewer, to be precise. And we haven't got a better state school system from Labour's education tax. We've just got one with more crowding in the classrooms. Because independent schools are closing at a record rate. Pressure is being piled on the state sector in a way that teachers across the system warned about. The Prime Minister himself admitted money isn't going to state schools. Conference, and I promise you I'm not making this up, instead of using money to hire more teachers, as the manifesto said, the Prime Minister is using the money to house illegal migrants. Under the Conservatives, we will never tax education to make our state schools worse off. Conference, as I have laid out for you today, by blindly following trade union orthodoxy, Labour are taking us backwards. It took real courage and conviction for us to get those school reforms through 15 years ago. Headlines of the local papers at the time read, "Hands off our failing schools." Unions were allergic to the change, competition and accountability. Decades on, and now Labour's stated ambition in their so-called reforms is to create more consistency in the education system, not excellence. In practice, that means levelling down across the board. In recent decades, parents and children have voted with their feet. Bad schools closed, good schools thrived. That is the strength of choice. Those are Conservative principles in action. The Labour Schools Bill rips that apart, handing local authorities sweeping new powers, not only to block good schools from growing, but even to stop an outstanding school from keeping the same number of pupils. This is madness. It risks shattering life chances for some of our most deprived children. We know that turning failing schools into academies is the single most effective way of helping children. Yet Labour will keep children trapped in failing schools for longer, denying them the opportunity that they deserve. This will be Labour's record. This will be Bridget Phillipson's legacy, and that is why we must fight them all the way. Fight the education vandalism of Phillipson, who puts the interests of unions above British interests, above the interests of Celine, Mason and Kat. Teachers deserve better. The next generation deserves better. Our country deserves better. It is the Conservatives who have reformed education for the better before, and we will do so again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayoral candidate for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight and serving Police and Crime Commissioner, Donna Jones.
Good morning, Conference. I've had the privilege of being elected under the banner of the most successful political party in the world, the Conservative Party, not once, but 5 times. In 2008, I was elected to Portsmouth City Council following a successful career in banking. And just 6 years later, in my mid-30s, I was the first woman to become the leader of the City Council. But more importantly, I was the first Conservative leader for 25 years. Since 2021, I have been the Police and Crime Commissioner for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. But in 7 months' time, I'm going to face the ballot box once more. This time, to be the first mayor for Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. One person with the power to unite our 2 counties, bringing real leadership and finally getting things done. We are a dynamic region, from the success of one of the largest ports in Europe to being home to the largest oil refinery in Great Britain. Forget the northern powerhouse, we're going to be the southern powerhouse. And yet we do need a single voice to speak for us, to champion investment and to fight our corner into government. So, I'll be an outward-looking mayor, one that backs business, rewards work, protects what we love and gives people a genuine say in how their communities are run. But prosperity means little if people can't get around easily. So I'll end the war on motorists, fixing our roads and making travel quicker. I'll introduce free parking in our town centres to help our high streets and small businesses. And I'm going to fine contractors for every day that roadworks overrun. And when it comes to the ferries for the Isle of Wight, I'll demand the government hands over the regulatory powers to ensure accountability over prices and performance. Conference, my message to the electorate next year is simple. Put your faith in leadership that you can trust. As Police and Crime Commissioner, I've listened and I've acted to what people have told me they wanted. In 2024, I brought back local bobbies, a named police officer for every community. A policy that was so successful, a year later, the Labour government copied it. Over the last 2 years, I have delivered on another promise, to open new police stations. Not 1, but 8 in total, and I've outlined plans to open another 2 next year. I've opened up front counters to give the public access to their police force again. But most importantly, my current role has meant I've worked closely alongside our Shadow Lord Chancellor. And that brings me to the person that I have the honour of introducing today, our Shadow Justice Secretary. He is a man who is not afraid to speak truth to power, someone who has exposed Labour's reckless plans for 2-tier justice, a system that would have meant the same crime could be punished differently depending on your background. That is wrong. And it is the Conservative, the true party of fairness and equality, who are standing up against it. Our Shadow Justice Secretary has shown leadership and principle, calling out Labour's soft approach on crime. He's challenged Transport for London over their failure to act decisively over train dodgers and fighting back against proposals that would have allowed prisoners to walk free without serving their time. He understands that justice must be fair, firm, but importantly, it must be impartial. He understands that the safety and confidence of our communities depend on it. So, Conference, it is my great pleasure to introduce someone who has never wavered in his defence of the rule of law, a champion for fairness, my friend and our Shadow Lord Chancellor, Robert Jenrick, MP.
Thank you. Well, hello, conference. And it is great to see you all today. Isn't Donna brilliant? Look, conference, we are going to get Donna elected as the first mayor of Hampshire and the Isle of Wight. Forget the King of the North. We're going to have a Queen of the South. And it's going to be Donna Jones. Now, I want to talk to you today about 4 famous blondes. 4 famous blondes who tell the story of the predicament that our party is in today and how we're going to get out of it. Because right now, it's true. It's tough being a Tory. 6 months ago, the Tory legend, Sir Michael Fabricant, went on the Big Brother house. He lasted 4 days. Last week, one of our party's most energetic campaigners, Emily Hewitson, entered the Big Brother house. She lasted 11 hours. She didn't even get to spend the night. And now, conference, I've heard that a 3rd Tory blonde is in negotiations to enter the Big Brother house. Liz Truss. But the negotiations have broken down, conference. She's asking to be paid by the minute. Too soon, perhaps. Too soon. Look, I'll come back to the blondes in a moment. But, conference, it's not all doom and gloom right now. Last month, I received some good news, courtesy, surprisingly, of Angela Rayner. Keir Starmer's emergency reshuffle, otherwise known as, remember, Phase 2. Anyone remember that? Well, I think Keir Starmer would like to forget it as well. Anyway, it led to a great privilege for me. I now shadow a new Justice Secretary, David Lammy. Now, David Lammy has a somewhat checkered past. You might recall his appearance on the BBC's Celebrity Mastermind. David Lammy, Celebrity Mastermind. You do not need to be a lawyer to know that that is a violation of the Trade Descriptions Act. He was asked, which famous blue cheese is paired with port? He replied, Red Leicester. It gets worse. It gets worse. Which Marie won the Nobel Prize for Physics? He replied instantly, Marie Antoinette. And my personal favourite, which monarch succeeded Henry VIII? His answer, Henry VII. I'm not sure Mastermind was the show for David. Perhaps he could try Pointless. He would work as both a contestant and an answer. But look, in all seriousness, it is great to be here in Manchester, in the proud, historic city of Manchester. A city that has given our country so much, but which has also suffered great tragedy. Most recently last week, when Heaton Park Synagogue was attacked. It was an attack on all of us. Thoughts and prayers, yes, absolutely. But I don't know about you, but I'm fed up with platitudes. We've had enough of those, haven't we? I believe in justice and action. Whilst other parties have waxed and waned, I am so proud that our party, the Conservative Party, has always stood with our Jewish community. And under Kemi's leadership, I know we always will. Because conference, a Britain where our British Jewish friends are afraid is not Britain. And we will never stand for it. Now, next year is the 30th anniversary of another devastating attack on Manchester. The IRA unleashed the biggest bomb to explode in England since the Second World War. In more recent times, long after the Troubles ended, IRA members used so-called human rights laws to sue the British government for compensation, while dragging our soldiers through the courts. To stop this injustice, the last Conservative government passed the Legacy Act. We took the side of our brave servicemen, the side of the victims, and above all, the side of the decent people of Britain. We refused to give in. That is something everyone in this room should be truly proud of. Now, I had a moral reason to back that bill, but I also had a personal one. Like most Saturdays, my nan and granddad, Ivy and Sid, were here. They're in Manchester city centre when the bomb went off. And we heard about it back home on the radio, and we had an anxious couple of hours whilst we waited until finally we heard that my grandparents had arrived home safely and weren't hurt. Fast forward to today, and elderly veterans who risked their lives to protect us from terrorists like those who bombed this city face spending their dying days being dragged through the courts. Why? Because Labour wants to repeal our Legacy Act. It is shameful. Let that sink in. The last generation's heroes betrayed by this generation's sellouts. It's not right. It's not justice. And conference, never on our watch. Now, we all knew that Keir Starmer would be a bad Prime Minister. But I don't think anyone anticipated he would be this bad. He's combined the management style of David Brent with the administrative grip of Blackadder's Baldric. He's proven himself to be a freebie grabbing, free speech stifling, criminal releasing, tax raising, farmer hating, Brexit betraying, aspiration sapping, sorry excuse for a leader. And conference, this is someone who makes a hole in the air look substantial. Peter Mandelson appeared trustworthy, and Mr. Bean looked like a model of competence and grip. But despite all this, and this might surprise you, I think we've got reason to be optimistic. And that's because, in ways that matter most profoundly, the fantasists, masquerading as experts, are seeing their myths busted. The people got it right, while they got it wrong. Wrong on mass migration, wrong on free speech, wrong on net zero, wrong on two-tier justice. Make no mistake, the old order, it's collapsing. For too long, the chattering classes drowned out the voice of the people. Our job, conference, is to make sure that the people's will prevails. But it won't be easy. It won't be easy. Because right now, the gap between the government and the governed is wider than ever before. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you one example of that great gulf. I present to you the Attorney General, Richard Hermer. Like one of those infamous mafia lawyers of yesteryear, Hermer always chose a particular type of client. Shamima Begum, Osama bin Laden's right-hand man, terrorists involved in 7/7. Since taking office, the advice we're told Lord Hermer has given to Starmer and his cronies, like to give away the Chagos Islands to an ally of China and to pay billions of pounds for the privilege. In each and every one of these incidents, he's wasted no time establishing himself as a useful idiot for our enemies. His rise symbolizes the central truth of Keir Starmer's government. Labour is just not on Britain's side. Why on earth? Why on earth? Thank you. Why on earth would Britain's Attorney General change the law to enable our country's enemies to sue the very government that he represents? Well, it makes more sense when you realise that another of Lord Hermer's old clients was, you guessed it, Gerry Adams. Gerry Adams. Not long ago, a man with his past would have had no place in mainstream politics. Now he sits around the cabinet table and he influences the biggest decisions about our country. The same cabinet table that the IRA tried to blow up in 1991. Shame on him, and shame on the man who appointed him. Now, last week at Labour conference, Labour lined up to attack me for scrutinising judges, for mind-bogglingly absurd judgments, like the Albanian criminal who avoided deportation because his son didn't like the taste of chicken nuggets in Albania. Labour just don't get it. They don't get it. They really don't. Now, you might be wondering, what have I got in this box? Well, don't worry. I'm not about to do a Michael Fabricant tribute act. This is actually serious. For those of you at the back of the room who can't see, I have here a judge's wig. It's something we should all respect and revere. When a judge dons a wig, it signifies the transition from their everyday personality, their identity, to that of a legal arbiter. It's a visual representation of the judge's role as an unbiased mediator, focused solely, only, on upholding the law and delivering justice. An unbiased mediator. That is what a judge should be. And that is what the vast majority of judges in our legal system do. They wear the wig. They respect and revere it. And that is why, in turn, our legal system is respected and revered all around the world. But we've got a problem. Conference, we have a problem. It's one that Labour choose to ignore. Today, I've uncovered dozens of judges with links to Open Borders charities who take to social media to broadcast their Open Borders views, who spent their whole careers fighting to keep illegal migrants in this country. Some even continue to do so whilst astonishingly serving as judges. It's like finding out halfway through a football match that the ref is actually a season ticket holder for the other side. The public rightly ask, how independent are they? They dishonour generations of independent jurists who came before them, and they undermine the people's trust in the law itself. Judges who blur the line between adjudication and activism can have no place in our justice system. Which is why we won't just tinker with a broken system and reform immigration tribunals. We will abolish them, once and for all. And we won't stop there. We will restore the proper role of our judiciary, putting ultimate power back where it belongs, in the hands of Parliament and ministers, accountable to you, the people of our country. So I can announce today that we will restore the office of the Lord Chancellor to its former glory. We will reverse the constitutional vandalism of Tony Blair and New Labour. The Lord Chancellor will once again appoint the judges. No more quangos. And they will be instructed never to permit political activists of any political hue to don the wig ever again. They will also be responsible for issuing new sentencing guidelines. The two-tier sentencing council is not fit for purpose, so it must be abolished altogether. Never again will this country and our people face the prospect of two-tier justice under two-tier Keir. Every single person treated exactly the same. Not equity, equality. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the Conservative, no, that is the British way to do justice. Now, I know you are all wondering, who's the fourth blonde that I mentioned at the beginning? The one who will point the way to how we recover the fortunes of our party. Is it Margaret Thatcher? Not this time. Is it Boris Johnson? No. Lord Heseltine. Bear with me. As you can imagine, Michael Heseltine and I do not agree on everything. But he told me that when he was a young man, in opposition back in the 1970s under Margaret Thatcher, he would wake up every morning and he'd ask his wife, how am I going to fight Labour today. And at the end of the day, he would lie in bed again and he would ask his wife, well, he obviously wasn't a very romantic man, tomorrow, how am I going to fight Labour? Now, I don't say that to my wife in bed. But I do think it. And that is what each and every one of us must do. Fight this failing Labour government. Fight for the future of our country. And when we fight, we win. Like forcing Sadiq Khan to go after those fare dodgers who blight the capital, stopping two-tier sentencing rules and guidelines, and ensuring there is equality before the law for everyone. And most importantly, led by Kemi, shaming the Labour government to ensure there is a full national inquiry into the rape gang scandal. Don't let anyone tell you that opposition is pointless. It matters. And right now, with this government, it matters more than ever. And conference, your support matters too. To the door knockers, the pavement pounders, the envelope stuffers, the tweeters, the TikTokers, the members, the councillors across the length and breadth of this country. Let me say to you, each day, in all kinds of ways, you are getting things done, far away from the wood-panelled corridors of Westminster. I say thank you. Thank you for everything that you are doing. You are making our country a better place. And please, though it may feel tough, don't ever forget what you are doing for all of us right now. Thank you. Now we all know that feeling when you've eaten too much and you simply think, enough. As those of you who've known me for a while will know, I used to feel that a lot more than I do today. But speaking to people out in the country, I think the British people are using that same word, enough. Enough of being overlooked. Enough of being treated like fools. They see it, don't they? When they watch freeloaders brazenly walk out of shops laden with goods they haven't paid for. They hear it when morons blast music in public places with utter disregard for others. And they feel it when they see the police ignore all these things, yet find time to knock on someone's door and scold them for a post on social media. Dismissed, derided, demeaned for so long. The British people are patient and they are tolerant, but only up to a point. They've had enough. Now, I've read countless stories about how talented young people are abandoning the UK. They're emigrating to Dubai or Singapore or Australia, and not just because of the weather. Conference, this is my message to you. We may be a little bit down, but our country is not out, because there is a better way. There is so much good in our country that's worth fighting for. We've got so much to cherish about who we are. Blue remembered hills seen from black country towns, big skies over the flat acres of Nottinghamshire, the best farmers, food and drink, beer in the world, from Aberdeen Angus steaks to Hawkstone lager, a love of pubs, our love of animals, the common law, jury trials, a royal family so admired that they make the most powerful man in the world go weak at the knees, a military that has defeated every force on the planet, the roar of the crowd at Twickenham as the Red Roses beat the Canadians, or Chris Woakes, arm in a sling, goes out to bat at the Oval, the quiet kindness of our hospice movement, the millions of volunteers whose helping hands and broad shoulders make our society strong, the spirit of builders, of makers, of doers, of givers. These are the reasons our hearts swell when we think of Britain. I see it, Conference, and so do you. I see it when I travel around our country, even making the occasional video. I've developed a Michael Portillo-esque knowledge of Britain's motorway service stations. So if you're watching, hello to my friends at Greg's, at Peterborough North Services. You might see me later this week. But above all, as I've been visiting communities, I've asked a lot of questions. And I'm telling you, out there, the spirit is strong. I felt it when I went to Epping and stood with mums, local mums, sick of illegal migration and determined to keep their families safe. I felt it when I went out with tradesmen, gas fitters like my dad, sick of their livelihoods being wrecked when scumbags break into their vans and nick their tools and sell them in plain sight at a local car boot sale. I felt it when I talked to folk putting up flags, sick of their identity being sneered at. The collapse of the old order is in sight. A new one is coming because the British people are fighting back. And Conference, there's absolutely nothing that Labour can do to stop them. The only choice we have is whether we have the spirit to fight with them. Are we going to quit when the going gets tough? No. Are we going to dig deep and fight like never before? Yes. How long will our battle last? As long as it takes. Because Britain, for all its present flaws, is too precious to lose. Let me not see our country's honour fade. Let us see our land retain her soul, her pride, her freedom. Conference, every tide turns. I can feel Britain's fortunes turning. So let's pick ourselves up. Let's dust ourselves down. Let's draw on Britain's greatness to make it greater still. Let's fight for a better future. Let's build this new order. Let's take our country back. Thank you, Conference. Thank you.
catastrophic. Inflation has doubled. Food prices are soaring. Unemployment at its highest since the pandemic. Over 150,000 jobs lost. And Britain's debt climbing out of control. He promised to smash the gangs, but had no plan to achieve it. Small boat arrivals are at record highs. And now he wants illegal immigrants moved in next door. To you. Hit by a series of disastrous resignations and sackings. His transport secretary resigned for fraud. His anti-corruption minister forced out under corruption allegations. His homelessness minister quit after making her tenants homeless. Angela Rayner, gone. Caught evading tax. And Peter Mandelson sacked for his links to notorious paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. Chaos. This is Keir Starmer's government. Open borders. An economy in free fall. A weak Prime Minister, mired in scandal. No plan for Britain. Britain deserves better. A leader with backbone, with conviction. A team ready to get Britain back on track. Stronger economy. Stronger borders. The only party who can deliver that are the Conservatives.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Secretary of State for Defence, James Cartledge.
Good afternoon, everybody. There are few greater examples of our armed forces' unshakable commitment to this nation than the crews of our Royal Navy submarines. HMS Vanguard is one of those submarines, charged with delivering our continuous at-sea deterrent, which has been in place every hour of every day since 1969. In March, Vanguard's crew returned home following the Navy's longest ever patrol, 204 days at sea. That's nearly 7 months away from their families to keep all of us safe. I had the privilege of meeting Vanguard's crew on 3 separate occasions. Most recently, I bumped into them in their uniform outside a pub in Westminster. They had decamped there following afternoon tea in Downing Street, which they had rightly received as thanks for their extended deployment. Now, I thought they deserved a pint. After all, I wonder which felt longer, 204 days at sea or an afternoon with Keir Starmer. Prior to that, as a Defence Minister, I sailed with Vanguard for her Trident test firing, and witnessed firsthand the extraordinary skill and professionalism of her crew. But it was the first time I met Vanguard's crew visiting their base in Scotland that left the greatest impression. Now, recruitment and retention is our single biggest challenge, not just for submariners, but for the whole armed forces. So I asked the crew, if there was one thing that the government could do to improve retention, what would that be? One of the officers replied, "We just want to know that the country's got our back." Conference, that crew goes to sea with a cargo so lethal it is beyond imagination, an extraordinary burden of responsibility. But like every single person who serves, what they need to know is that Britain is behind them. So I am determined to show unequivocally that we, the Conservative Party, have and will always have the back of all who serve our country. That means focusing not just on our serving personnel, but on their families too. That's why the first shadow defence policy I announced in June was the creation of an Armed Forces Housing Association. I believe that would be the best way to rebuild service family homes to the standard we all want to see, but which was only made possible by the decision I took in government to buy back the defence estate. Why does this matter? Recruitment and retention is no longer just a policy challenge. It is existential given the threats we face. In 2022, the world changed. The era of the peace dividend was shattered as Putin's tanks rolled into Ukraine. Now, Conference, there are those who claim that Nigel Farage's party are the true Conservatives. But let us remind ourselves what happened when Putin launched his all-out invasion. On that day, what did Farage do? Whose side was he on as our continent was suddenly threatened with war for the first time since 1945? That day, he chose to blame NATO for provoking Putin. What did we do that day? Instead of blaming our closest allies, we took real action to defend freedom by arming the Ukrainians at lightning speed with NLAW anti-tank weapons, 500,000 artillery shells, the first government to provide main battle tanks and Storm Shadow missiles, and by training 50,000 Ukrainian soldiers. This is what it means to be a true Conservative, standing up to Putin, just like Churchill did to Hitler, Thatcher to Galtieri, and in this party, we will always stand up for freedom and be prepared to defend it. But while we should all be incredibly proud of our efforts to help Ukraine avoid an early collapse, the war rages on, and the threats to our own nation are only growing. Royal Navy ships attacked by the Houthis in the Red Sea, Russian spy vessels threatening our critical national infrastructure, and now Russian drones and jets violating NATO airspace. Putin is deliberately testing our resolve, and in response, we must stand strong with our NATO allies and be prepared to take all necessary action to defend ourselves. On the home front, this demands a total focus across government on rearmament and war readiness, because the best way to avoid war is to deter it from happening in the first place. And that's why the huge gulf between Labour's rhetoric and reality on defence is so alarming. For all Starmer's claims on defence, Labour have simply not shown the urgency the threat requires. The threat we face is now, but Labour's defence promises deliver at best in a decade. Labour's big headline from their Strategic Defence Review was to procure up to 12 attack submarines by the 2040s. Now that's a key phrase, up to 12 submarines. Conference, I could promise to buy up to 12 Ferraris. But it won't happen if I haven't got the money. And like my Ferraris, those submarines are a fantasy, because the money to pay for them doesn't exist. Strong defence needs a strong economy. Instead, we have Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer unable to cut welfare and deliver the cash that defence needs. As a result, they've had to resort to smoke and mirrors to make defence spending look bigger than it really is. Because if Labour get their way, defence spending could soon be redefined to include rural broadband, the Lower Thames Crossing, and civil scientific research vessels. Conference, I kid you not, in future, UK defence spending could include Boaty McBoatface. In the meantime, with no real extra money for defence, procurement is effectively frozen. Our brilliant British defence businesses have provided some of the very best drones and counter-drone technology used on the front line by Ukraine. But almost none of this kit has been made available to our own army. In their first financial year, Labour confirmed to me they only bought 3 new drones for the British Armed Forces. Not 3,000 or even 300, just 3 drones. Conference, with all our experience supporting Ukraine, the UK could be leading the drone revolution. Instead, Labour's penny pinching is starving our defence industry of cash and stifling our fighting capability. But there is one exception where Labour have allowed the MOD to urgently commit taxpayers' money. £35 billion on their crazy Chagos deal to lease back British territory that we currently own freehold. At the same time, surrendering sovereignty over Diego Garcia, only one of our most important military bases. Now, when Labour announced their Chagos deal in Parliament, they said those who opposed them were siding with Russia, China and Iran. Well, Conference, opposing Labour's Chagos deal does not make us traitors. It makes us patriots. Now, I'm sure we can all think of better ways to spend £35 billion of public money than on tax cuts for the people of Mauritius. For me, it's pretty straightforward. We should scrap Labour's Chagos deal and spend every penny on the British Armed Forces. But when it comes to investing in our military, whilst drones and technology are vital, the most important capability of all is still our people, those who serve today, but also those who served in the past, especially in Northern Ireland. Because of our Legacy Act, those brave veterans who protected all of us from terrorism could sleep soundly in their beds, safe from the fear of a knock on the door in the middle of the night. So what madness is it that at a time of war in Europe, this government should be reopening the floodgates of vexatious claims against those who served this country to keep us safe? Ladies and gentlemen, our veterans defended us, and now it's our turn to defend them. So can I ask you to join me in welcoming on stage 2 of the staunchest defenders of veterans of the British Army, former soldier and spokesman for the Northern Ireland Veterans Movement, Paul Young, and my fellow Shadow Defence Minister, Mark Francois. Thank you, everybody. And Paul, can I begin by saying what a privilege it is to have you with us. And on behalf of our party, can I thank you and all of our veterans from Northern Ireland.
Thank you. It's very kind of you.
Now, Paul, tell us about your service.
Yeah, I first went to Belfast in 1971 and winter of 71, 72. And as a young 21-year-old, I went to what I could only describe as pretty much hell. It was a horrible place. I still look at it in monochrome, in black and white. That's how I see it. You had attacks all the time, night, day. It was relentless. Just to give you a little figure, from 1971, there were 44 soldiers murdered in Northern Ireland by the IRA. There were 1,064 shootings and as many bombings going on by the IRA. In 1972, there were 10,661 shootings and over 5,000 bombings. And that's of villages and towns throughout the province. Can you imagine that? I mean, seriously, can you all imagine that? We've had incidents here in the UK, one or two, terrible though they are, but you imagine life where you've got that many every day.
And Paul, having had that service, is that why you joined the veterans movement and been such a key player in it?
Yes, well, I did many tours there, but what really did it for me was Dennis Hutchins. Dennis Hutchins was a regimental corporal major in the Life Guard, senior NCO in the most senior regiment of the British Army. And he was a colleague, and he was there about the same time I was. And I was so incensed by what they were doing. I had to get involved, and I eventually become a national spokesman.
And Mark, obviously you've campaigned on this with vigour. Can you tell us, first of all, what did our Legacy Act do that we passed in government? And secondly, what are Labour planning in terms of their repeal?
The intention of the Legacy Act was to help the whole of the community in Northern Ireland draw a line under an incredibly difficult episode in the history of the province, whilst also providing protection for those veterans who had served there. It took 18 months of very detailed debate to get the legislation onto the statute book. Labour are now proposing to rip up that act and bringing some new legislation of their own, as yet unspecified. But more immediately, they're also using a device called a remedial order, which is a device under our old friend the Human Rights Act, which has two practical effects. One, it would restart what we call the conveyor belt of inquests and civil cases, often instigated by Sinn Féin in order to pursue our veterans through the courts and to try and rewrite history. The second thing the remedial order would do, incredibly, is it would permit Gerry Adams to sue the British taxpayer for compensation. This remedial order could now be voted on before Christmas. So there is an absolute immediacy to this issue, and as James has said, we will fight this. These men defended us. We in Parliament will strain every sinew to defend them with your support.
And Paul, what I think would, for many people hearing about this for the first time, what would make them so incredulous is that it's self-evident that we face a much higher level of military threat than this country has faced for many years, certainly since the Cold War. What is the potential impact of this step in terms of morale and those who serve today?
Well, it's already happening now, in actual fact. There's a lot of the veterans that I speak to that come on our protests, and They have sons, daughters that want to join the military. They want to follow in their parents' footsteps. And they've been telling them, don't do it, because you'll end up like soldier that are in the dock at the moment, and also Dennis Hutchins and all the others. And there are lots waiting in the sideline behind if this legislation and the changes that Hilary Benn and the Labour Party are going to make, you'll see a whole conveyor belt of them. And the only people that are going to make money out of this are the legacy lawyers in Northern Ireland. Many of them have links to Sinn Féin IRA.
Shocking.
It is shocking.
And in terms of your comrades, all the other veterans, how do they feel seeing this happening? You know, as I said earlier, we've drawn a line under this. They could sleep soundly in their beds at night. What will it mean for your colleagues?
Well, we supported the Legacy Act and ICRA. We thought it was going to do what it should and said it was going to do, pretty much like it said on the tin, really, provide protection for veterans, not just veterans, but other people that were victims of terrorism. So when this government came in and they decided to repeal all the bits that are protecting us, they were absolutely outraged. And they're actually sinking into pits of despair. But like me, there's many. We will not let this lie. We have a saying in our veteran community: if they won't listen, we will shout louder, and we will keep shouting louder, as loud as we damn well can, until they stop this bloody nonsense.
And Mark, you spoke about how they will have our support. In terms of what's coming up next, so we've had an amazing performance on the petition. It's now over 207,000 signatures, which enabled a debate in Parliament. Brilliant support from certain sections of the media, from the public. We've raised it as much as we can in Parliament. You've, I think, questioned on it every single time at defence orals. MPs like Ian Duncan-Smith, David Davis have raised it from the back benches. What happens next, and what can everyone here do to support this brilliant cause?
Well, many of the soldiers who served in Northern Ireland were recruited back in the 70s and 80s from what we would now call Red Wall constituencies, from Bury to Blackburn and Bolton to Burnley. Many of those now are represented, temporarily I hope, by Labour members of Parliament. Are those Labour backbenchers, having been whipped by Starmer to vote for cuts to winter fuel and then cuts to disability benefits, are they really going to go through the lobbies of the House of Commons and vote for those people who come from their seats to be reopened to prosecution, often at the hands of Sinn Féin? What self-respecting Labour MP will vote for that and then go back to their constituency on a Friday and look those people and their descendants and their families in the eye? So we have to make sure that we call out what Labour are up to and call on every Labour backbencher who puts the defence of the realm and of those who fought to uphold the rule of law above putting their knees down to the whips. That's what this boils down to.
And Paul, there are those who say, well, shouldn't we be drawing a line under history? And it feels to me that was the whole point of the Legacy Act. Whereas if we go down this road, it risks perhaps the thing that must hurt most of all, this sense of two-tier justice.
Oh, yeah, definitely two-tier. You have, for instance, under the Labour government, they gave terrorists, hundreds of them, what they call comfort letters.
Yep.
Okay? Now, I've had conversations with Hilary Benn recently as 2 weeks ago, and I asked him, if these comfort letters are not worth the paper they're written on, why don't you rescind them? I mean, why wouldn't you? But he prevaricates and comes out with all sorts of things. So I would say to him, if they're not worth anything, bloody well rescind them, because they're not worth anything, so you say.
And just on this point about the impact today, I remember several months ago when Labour first started talking about the so-called coalition of the willing, the possibility of sending the armed forces to Ukraine in the event of a ceasefire. I was with a veteran in my constituency, someone who served in the Falklands and on Operation Banner. And he said to me, well, it's funny, James, just remember, they told us Northern Ireland was a peacekeeping mission.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so what does it say to those who might be thinking of going out to Ukraine when they discover that when they go on a peacekeeping mission like you did in Northern Ireland, that many, many years later, they might get that knock on the door?
Yep, it's unconscionable. We went out there, we were told it was an internal security situation. In actual fact, it was a war. Let's call it what it was. It was a war. You had an army of IRA people, and there was loyalist terrorists as well, and we were piggy in the middle. Mm-hmm. You know, we were getting attacked by both sides. And we brought about the peace. The IRA was defeated militarily. So we gave them some rope, and now they're brought lawfare to us. And if they couldn't win on the ground, but it seems to me like they're winning with lawfare. You know, and that is just not, that is not right.
And I give you my word, from our party, we will do everything to fight for you, but above all, to thank you for your service and all our veterans in Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Conference, you've heard firsthand the sheer strength of feeling from our veterans. All of us struggle to understand how a government could be enabling the persecution of our former soldiers when the military threat we face is so stark. So why is this happening? Well, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Hilary Benn, has been crystal clear why he is scrapping our Legacy Act, and I quote exactly what he said: because the legislation is incompatible with our obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, I'm someone who has always recognised that the ECHR was set up for good reason in the aftermath of the tragedy of the Second World War. But as Shadow Defence Secretary, it's become blindingly clear to me that the ECHR totally undermines our ability to deter the renewed threat of war that we face today. The most basic duty of government is defence of the realm. But no government can discharge that duty if the rule of an international court overrides our sovereign right to defend this nation. Because it's not just our Legacy Act that's at risk. It's not just veterans. Lord Wolfson warns that there is even a threat that our 2021 laws, which protect UK forces on overseas operations, could be struck down if we stay in the ECHR. What would that mean for today's soldiers if they are sent peacekeeping in Ukraine? The thought is chilling. I therefore wholeheartedly support Lord Wolfson's conclusion that remaining in the ECHR makes it impossible to fully protect our veterans and service personnel from the threat of vexatious claims. This would be... Thank you. Because this would be serious at the best of times. But with the military threat as intense as it is, this is simply unacceptable. Conference, Kemi has taken the crucial decision to commit a future Conservative government to leave the ECHR. Knowing that we will not be bound by its strictures, I can give you this guarantee. If new laws are required to give legal certainty on overseas operations, we will pass those laws. If Labour repeal our Legacy Act, we will legislate to restore full legal protection for our veterans. Whatever it takes, you have my word, we will protect those who protected us. Thank you.
принято решение о проведении специальной военной операции.
Russian President Vladimir Putin authorized a special military operation in Ukraine's Donbass region and told the Ukrainian military to lay down their weapons and go home.
Ukrainians are offering a fierce defense of their families and their country. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland.
Fundamentally, if we don't stop Putin in Ukraine, he will be back for more.
And we have to remember that President Zelensky is a hero. He is the person who represents that strength and resilience of the Ukrainian people.
Right from the start of creating safer routes that enabled Ukrainians to come to our country, from the work of the Ministry of Defence under Mayoral at the time, to being one of the first countries to provide and supply weapons and key capabilities to train Ukrainian troops in our own country, and to sign that security cooperation agreement, to announce the multi-million and multi-billion funding package as well. And the then Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, flew the flag for Ukraine across the world, making that case, and also imposing sanctions on Russia, persuading others of their commitment to Ukraine. We must ensure we continue to stand shoulder to shoulder on the side of freedom. Slava Ukraini.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel.
Good afternoon, Conference. Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine shocked us all, and Russia's efforts to obtain the territory of a sovereign European state has undermined peace in Europe and the established international order. Europe and the world has entered a new and dangerous chapter in our history. The outcome of the war will shape the future of the whole of Europe. Our Conservative Party, when in government, recognised the threats that Putin posed, and we stood with Ukraine in its hour of need. As Russian troops closed in on the border in the weeks beforehand, we were the ones that took action to prepare. And as Home Secretary at the time, I remember getting the call that day when Ukraine's borders were violated. Now, the response from our government was unyielding. The whole machinery of government worked towards giving Ukraine everything it needed to hold off Putin's forces and defend its sovereignty and existence. Putin thought they would capitulate and he'd win in days. 3 years on, Ukraine is still fighting, and with the UK, we stand with them. The way the Ukrainian people have fought for what is rightfully theirs, in the face of such barbarity and savagery that many of us thought was consigned to a bygone era, will go down in the records of history. We must ensure that Russia's defeat goes down in history too. Because the picture from the front line is beyond the worst nightmares of any of us sitting in this conference hall here today. The rise of the axis of authoritarian states that hates the West and all our freedoms is the threat of our times. And with tens of thousands of North Korean soldiers, Chinese soldiers, and weapons from Iran, this is not only about the territory of a sovereign country, it's a battle for all our values and our freedoms. For we as Conservatives have always recognised that the front line in Ukraine is the front line for Western values, and that we believe in and champion in and will continue to defend. So, Conference, it is my honour today to open and chair this session called The Frontline from Ukraine, with two very distinguished contributors to discuss the war and the lessons learned from it, including the lessons from the front line, and why, importantly, we must continue to defend Ukraine. So please join me in welcoming, it's an honour to introduce Major Pavlo from the Armed Forces of Ukraine, who is working on Operation Interflex, which trains Ukrainian recruits on British soil to make them combat ready. And this, of course, was established by the Conservative Party in government and has now trained over 50,000 Ukrainians and is supported of many of our allies. Pablo, please welcome. And I'd like you... And Conference, please also welcome Jack, the best friend of us all, someone who served, obviously, as a dedicated Conservative MP for Filton and Bradley Slope from 2010 to 2024. And he's been on the front line in Ukraine, supporting Ukraine's fight for freedom since the general election as a volunteer. So, Jack, we are blessed to have you here today. It's an absolute honour to be with you today. It really is a privilege. Please welcome Jack as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Go down, thanks so much. Thank you, Jack. So, let me both begin by welcoming you both. We're all sitting in this comfortable conference hall, and of course we all watch and have watched Ukraine, the battle for the last few years, really from the comfort of our TV studios, home and obviously from new studios as well. So can you, both of you, please provide a bit of an insight into the front line, first of all? And I think, Pablo, if I may start with you, you've been involved in Operation Interflex, which has been an incredible operation, training over 50,000 Ukrainian soldiers. Just tell us exactly about their experiences, what they're confronting, what they're facing, and, you know, what Britain's role has been in actually sort of reinforcing everything that you've all been doing.
Thank you very much. I've been in Operation Interflex since January, and the contribution of the United Kingdom and other countries, because it is 13 countries involved in this process, is really crucial for us, and the quality of training as well. And the day on the front line feels lifetime for our soldiers. And it is cold, mud, exhaustion, but also it is brotherhood and determination. And yeah, Russians use a tactic when they send just waves of attack of Russians infantry without counting the lives. And it is something that we are facing with in the 21st centuries. And also we are trying to, and we are doing that, to increase the quality of training, to keep our soldiers alive.
So thank you for that. And of course, what is so extraordinary, we all remember the pictures in the early days, Putin's brutal war machine, the impact that was having, obviously, on troops on the front line, the awful weather and the terrible conditions. So, Jack, I have to say, I mean, honestly, it's a pleasure to be sitting next to you here today. It's great to see you. Just share a bit of your experience, because obviously life has changed for you since last year. When did you go, and what kind of training have you had to go out there and be on the front line?
Well, I went and signed my contract in mid-January. I went online and applied in November, so it took a couple of months to do the background checks, all the normal process and administration. And yeah, I had a bit of training when I was there, but I wanted initially to be deployed as a rifleman, but a friend of mine from the Ukrainian embassy said that they'd much prefer to use my experience and skills and, believe it or not, diplomacy, which made me laugh. But, you know, foreign relations, procurement, media. But I've spent a bit of time on the front line, but we mustn't forget the nightly drone and missile attacks on our cities in Ukraine. I mean, I know. I always say to my parents, I go to the shelter. I don't all the time. So when I'm led there and I can hear the Shaheeds coming over, Iranian-made drones supplied by Iran and paid for by China, missile strikes, and I think, well, it's tough for me, but I've only been there for a few months. I mean, this has been going on for nearly 4 years. Only the other evening, 5 people were killed in Lviv, civilians, and that's about 30, 40 miles from the Polish border. So it's tough.
And just on this, because clearly on the front line, the psychological impact is really quite severe. Yeah. How do you all cope with this? And Pavlo in particular, with your soldiers, the people that you're with on a daily basis, how do you support one another through a lot of this difficulty? And of course, I have seen many videos of Jack doing news reports and things of that nature. The level of technology that you're all using now is so sophisticated, and clearly this has to help in terms of, you know, being on the front line in the battle that you're all facing.
Yes, totally agree with you. We started to use lots of drones to use them as machine, not soldier's life, to accomplish different tasks. Also, we've got like hard shoulder from our families back home. Right. They really support us, and especially when we see the news when Russia bombs our buildings, cities, hospitals, schools, and we feel that we have to standing strong and keep our job to make sure that they are safe.
And Jack, how have you found that?
Well, I find the spirit of the Ukrainian soldier, who's been in many cases on the front line for years, just astonishing.
Yeah.
You know, despite all the difficulty and hardship, you know, they're defending their homeland. And as you said, I heard you when I was just waiting. You know, this is our war, it's Europe's war, and they're aware of that. And you know, the bravery and resilience is just astonishing, frankly.
And I think that really speaks to us as a party, the fact that we've been out there from the outset, you know, supporting, defending Ukraine, because it is about our shared values and our freedom. But the level of heroism that we have seen, the resilience of the people of Ukraine has been absolutely astounding. And that gives us all heart. And I have to ask both of you, I mean, from a political perspective, here we are sitting in Manchester. We've seen this conflict going on, but do you think we just all became very complacent about Russia over recent years? And now, of course, this is the threat of our times. And this wakes us all up now, whether it's now through NATO or neighbouring countries. We must all make sure that we become more resilient and we learn from these terrible experiences that you're seeing in Ukraine.
Yeah, all of us must understand that Putin's understand not words, but force. And as we can see, he uses hybrid warfare now.
Yes.
And like energy, disinformation, cyber attacks. And for him, chaos is a weapon. And he's not testing, he's already doing this stuff. And we have to understand that and do our stuff better, yeah?
I mean, it's so interesting, isn't it, when you think about countries such as Moldova and Georgia, the fact that their elections are being disrupted, there's hybrid warfare taking place. We know about this and we see it ourselves, but of course it's how we draw that influence together and work with other countries to stop that influence, because they are sowing the seeds of chaos, effectively. And Jack, you're seeing that all the time.
Well, I was just going to say, actually, that the Ukrainians are very aware of the support they have here in the UK, and they're very grateful of it. And every time I get in a taxi or I speak to somebody and they realise I'm English, they say, English, Boris Johnson, fantastic. You know, they really do see him as the saviour of Ukraine.
He was on the video earlier as well, right, for good reason.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know. And when I say I know him, they're like even more shocked, you know. But
there's a serious point to this, though, isn't there?
Well,
in the strength that we gave
and
everything we
did.
did.
Whilst I think, you know, it's amazing what the Ukrainians are doing as far as holding the line. The lines on the map haven't really moved much in a couple of years. And in fact, recently, the Ukrainians, the Azov Brigade in particular, have managed to push the Russians back from a couple of places they were quite keen to take. Ukraine can still lose this war. You know, if Europe doesn't step up with production and supply and support, you can see the Russians grinding out a victory, or at least a settlement, which is completely unsatisfactory and will allow Putin to come back again and have another go.
Well, this is a crucial thing now, and this is a nice segue to my next sort of range of questions for you, because this is all about the resourcing now. What do you need? Because I mentioned the North Korean troops, obviously, the Chinese soldiers, the Iranian drones. We know exactly the type of warfare and that axis of other countries that are now sucked into this for Russia and by Russia. So for the front line, just describe, you know, what you are using now, where you feel you need the support. We hear so much about drone technology, drone production, and clearly, we want to give every support to Ukraine on this, but where do you feel more could be done in this area?
Yeah, our needs doesn't change, and we still need air defense to protect our cities, our hospitals. Also, we need long-range missiles to strike in Russia territory, because they feel the pain only on their territory, and it works really well, especially when we're targeting not civilian but military objects. Also, on diplomacy level, it is more pressure and sanctions work as well. And as you mentioned, drones are crucial. And right now we've got like up to 70% casualties from both sides caused by drones. So drones are really critical for us.
And Jack, just on this, I mean, we've already heard Pavlo speak about more pressure. That's your territory of diplomacy. And I was in Warsaw last week at the security conference, and it was just extraordinary to hear, obviously, the strength of support, which we completely back and support all of that, but just that real plea, please come and help. Put your money where your mouth is and absolutely step up. And of course, I was in Warsaw, where 3 weeks prior to that, the drones had come into Poland, and we'd seen Estonia under threat, we've seen Denmark, other European countries, Russia, or Putin, he's testing NATO right now as well, which absolutely sends a big signal out to all of us that we've now really got to speak with one voice, be united, because he is trying to cause a lot of chaos and confusion amongst us all.
Well, he's been telling us for years what he wants to do, which is the restoration of the Russian Empire.
Exactly.
And we all know this is, in his mind, a first step. But I would say that air defence is absolutely crucial. The missiles are starting to get through. Technology is changing so quickly. If we find a way of knocking stuff out, they'll find a way of it getting through. So we need to protect our civilians and our cities with air defence. And it also has to be said that we need people. And I think the government should be a bit more positive about volunteers. In my view, if you've got military experience and you're a veteran and you want to go and help in Ukraine, you should be encouraged to do so, because we are starting to get really stretched for manpower. So that's something which is quite.
And that's quite clear, isn't it, on the fact that Russia's actually using North Korean troops, and that speaks volumes, it really does. Yeah. So sadly, we're going to be heading into the colder weather, obviously, with winter coming and all the rest of it. So Pavlo, just tell us, what are the type of preparations you and your teams, your battalions have to start making? Because clearly, on the front line, we know about the boundaries, the territorial lines, the sovereignty, the territories that you are defending. But of course, as the weather changes, your tradecraft, everything else has to evolve too.
Yeah, of course. For example, here in Interflex, we've got equipment for our soldiers, and they could take it with them back. And the first of all, it is like warm clothes, which are like basic stuff for the winter period. But also, it is more about, I would say, not keep them so for long on the front line.
Sure.
Just probably more often change them, make some kind of rotation for them to feel good and
which is we need more people for that, really, don't we?
And
can I just say what's really important with the winter coming is the protection of critical infrastructure, like power generation and all the rest of it, because you can see now they're beginning to build up attacks on power stations and electricity and all that stuff to try and make life as difficult as possible.
And what about that, just on resilience? Because this is also about the Ukrainian people.
It goes back to air defence.
Yes.
It goes back to being able to protect this vital energy assets, really.
And can I just ask you, on this front as well, looking ahead now, because there's always a lot of talk and discussions, you may not want to say too much about this, about, ending this conflict, as well as getting all the resources and money into this conflict for Ukraine to become successful and to carry on. Where do you see this? What do you hear about this on the front line? Because obviously in different parts of the world, you hear the diplomats, you hear world leaders speak about Ukraine. Does that feel really a long way off from what you are doing on the front line?
I would say our soldiers are not tracking on the priority list what is happening far away from the front line. They just keep fighting, and they relay this kind of job to our diplomacy.
Every Ukrainian soldier I speak to doesn't want to concede an inch of ground to Russia.
Right. Exactly.
Right. And they will fight to the bitter end, if need be, with everything they have.
And that's the most extraordinary thing. I mean, all the Ukrainians that I have come across, even in the military, in different forums, everyone is crystal clear. And the most significant thing about all of this, if I may say so, is it comes back to, we thought when the Cold War ended, this is the crucial thing, when the Cold War ended, there would be peace across Europe, more economic prosperity and security. And here we are, almost winding the clock back. And this is why this is such an important conflict. It is devastating for Ukraine and the people of Ukraine, and the heroism that we see is really so remarkable. But fundamentally, it is the shared values that we are all fighting
And if Europe doesn't start to produce and supply and support, Ukraine will lose.
Which we cannot allow to happen.
Which we cannot let happen.
We absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Would you like to make any closing remarks? Because we feel so privileged and blessed to have you both here today. It is a real privilege for our conference to hear from both of you from the front line. You know, this is really almost like the chance to basically, we know you want more support, resources, etc. But this is, to me, I think, just such a strong case to make. We stand tall together, stand shoulder to shoulder, and we fight for our values.
Yeah, just one. In the end of the day, I'm doing that as well. Just think about, did I do as much as I could? Or I could maybe do more? Not only for Ukraine, but also for your country as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Well, it always moves me to see how much support and affection there is for Britain in Ukraine. I mean, they appreciate what we've done and what we are doing, and they see us pretty much as their strongest ally and friend. And I will go back and say I'm always moved by the support I get personally from people in the street, people buy me drinks, you know, all the rest of it back in the constituency. And, you know, I will go back and say that the UK is still 100% plus behind Ukraine, and we're going to be with them to the end.
No, well,
to the victory.
Well, absolutely. And I just want to say a tremendous thank you to both of you. It's an absolute honour and privilege to have you both with us today. There is a really fundamental message here, folks, there really is, which is Ukraine is fighting for us all. And we know that we cannot concede at all. And it's not just Ukraine, it's the West, it's our values. And for wherever I go in the world as well, we're constantly taking this message, even across the Atlantic, that we are fighting for shared values, Western values, against, quite frankly, that axis of authoritarianism that hates the West, undermines our values, undermines the rule of law, undermines our institutions, and we cannot allow that to happen. Right. And as a Conservative Party, we are so, so proud to stand with Ukraine. You saw the video earlier on today, folks. I mean, that said it all. From the outset, the leadership we gave and our country gave to the people of Ukraine was first class, and we are here to stand with you shoulder to shoulder. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank
It really
you.
has. Thank you. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Trevor Phillips.
You're doing a loop-to-loop of some sort.
Sorry? Sorry?
A chat show host.
Please walk quickly. Those who are here for this extremely important session, let's get into it. I suspect that half of you are wondering, what the hell's he doing here?
and that's a half of you who get up on Sunday morning. Why do they let him in here? We'll explain that in a second. The other half of you are wondering, they said, oh, Trevor off the telly, but isn't he looking good for a man in his 80s? And he doesn't sound anything like he did when he did the news at 10. We don't need to mix them up, but we are going to talk foreign affairs. I'm here to be traffic cop for our two important speakers, and for the next 20-25 minutes, we're going to take a tour of the world. So without any more nonsense from me, let me welcome your Shadow Foreign Secretary, Priti Patel, and the former Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott. Right, let's get into it. When I started in television, there were two topics absolutely guaranteed to make people turn off the telly. One was Northern Ireland, and the other one was anything foreign. But today, we're leading the news with foreign stories. Ukraine, the session you've just done, compelling, and, of course, the Middle East. And it clearly has an impact not just there, but here. Same for Australia, I think. Do you both agree that there's been a change? And can you explain what's happened? Priti, do you want to start?
Well, first of all, Trevor, thank you for this opportunity. And of course, I seem to only come onto your programme when there is something going on that has a domestic read-over in foreign affairs. And I think that's the point. There is so much that now goes on in the world that has implications domestically. It's partly down to this global age of insecurity that we live in. Look at the Middle East, how that Middle East conflict is manifesting itself on the streets of our own country, which is tragic. Absolutely tragic. And then, of course, some of the wider issues that we, see constantly. Ukraine is one of them. But China, look at China. The impact we're reading in our newspapers, even today still, about a spy case in our own country. I was Home Secretary at the time when we had Chinese spies in Whitehall, for example. So it does have domestic implications and read across when it comes to our own national security and some of these big issues that really challenge us all, including, for example, the cyberspace and some of these terrible cyber attacks that, we read about and we get affected by, and all those types of things.
Tony?
Well, it's different and it's much more dangerous. There is an axis of autocracy which is challenging the West. You've got the militarist dictatorship in Moscow, the Islamist dictatorship in Tehran, and you've got the communist dictatorship in Beijing. Sure, there are differences between them, but they are united in a hatred of the West and a desire to see the dominant Western paradigm swept away forever. So we need to wake up to the challenges that we face. Frankly, I think that all of us have been far too complacent. We haven't helped Ukraine to win. We've just helped them not to lose. The fact that countries like Britain don't actually have the ability to provide their own guidance systems for the missiles and are dependent, therefore, on the United States. I don't think nearly enough planning is being done at the military level to respond to what I think is the all but inevitable Beijing blockade, air and sea blockade at some point of Taiwan. We need to understand that the post-Cold War world has been replaced by a new Cold War, which is potentially far more dangerous than the old one, because Beijing is a much more serious challenger in the long run than Moscow ever was.
Well, let's take up that point, Tony. The axis, Russia, China, North Korea, Iran, authoritarian and so on, against what we used to call the West. There is a battle of ideas for which way of life is better, more likely to produce growth and prosperity. We aren't winning that war, are we?
No, we're not. And yet no one who sees, for argument's sake, gay people tossed off buildings in Gaza and elsewhere, or who sees the social credit system oppressing the people of China and the Uyghurs in particular, no one could think, surely, that a world in the image of Beijing is going to be an improvement on the world in the image of Britain and America, which we've largely been working towards for the last century and a half.
Priti, do you think that we have done enough? There are people who would say that, frankly, our governments, including the one which you were a part for 14 years, really haven't fought enough to explain why Western democracies are better. And, for example, we closed it up to China.
So look, I think
remember the golden era of Osborne and Cameron.
I understand all that. I completely understand that. I think, look, that's absolutely correct. Now, as I just said, we are living in a totally different world, and it's taken the Ukraine conflict to really demonstrate the extent to which we've seen these advancements. Look at China. China's economy is not based on open markets, free trade, proper skills and all this. They use slave labour, for example. Look at the persecution of people, the Uyghurs, everything that's taken place in China. And while we learn more and more about this, it's pretty obvious that not only do we have to confront this, but we have to invest in our own countries and adopt a totally different posture. And coming back to your opening question as well about the international read over into the domestic realm, well, defence, this stuff costs more money, and we are going to have to use, more taxpayers' pounds to defend our country, invest in our skills, make sure that we have greater technological capabilities, because we cannot be dependent on China. And I was in government when the whole 5G debate came about, and actually it was Australia, it was my colleagues in Australia that stood with us and even said, do not go down that route. And of course we ended up going down that route, and then we unwound that route after all. And then that was a real reflection that, guess what, even our Five Eyes partners did not have the level of technology needed to counteract Huawei, 5G, etc. And we've got to change that.
A big issue, of course, that positions this country is who are our friends. And I want to put an interesting case to you, and it's critical to the Indo-Pacific region. I know you've been concerned about, Tony. Mr. Modi's administration in India has lifted tens of millions, probably hundreds of millions, out of poverty. Nobody can argue about that. But has it been at the price of liberty and freedom?
The short answer is no. No one who visits India would think that this is a country that doesn't have free and fair elections, doesn't have a riotously free media, doesn't have a robustly independent judiciary. Sure, Modi is described often enough as a Hindu nationalist, but really I think what he is an Indian patriot, and that means having, obviously, respect for the Hindu traditions of the country. So, look, I think
that isn't quite how he'd be described if you're a Muslim in India.
Well, I think Muslims in India would probably have at least as many civil rights as Muslims in Pakistan, certainly far more civil rights than Muslims in many parts of the Middle East. India remains, as I said, a country under the rule of law. It is a robustly independent judiciary. I think Modi gets the bad press that Orban gets in Hungary because he doesn't fit the Western zeitgeist's ideal of what a third world leader should be.
Priti?
So I find this really interesting for quite obvious reasons. Look, I think we should really celebrate India's success. I really do. And, look at the fact that there is now a trade agreement that started off negotiated under the last Conservative government because of Brexit. We're transforming our own relationship with India. And, I think Prime Minister Modi, he puts his country first. And he has been a hugely successful Prime Minister for India. Just look at his own standing in the world compared to, previous Indian leaders, Prime Ministers, when I appreciate the world is very different, but he has changed India's outlook, perception, foreign policy, economic outlook. They make all sorts of things. They manufacture all sorts of things. They've got a great skills base. And that is because he has put India first, because he wanted to put India on the map. Now, I think that's commendable. it is inevitable that there'll be some aspects of not just Indian media but global media that will criticise him for various policies, in the same way that all our governments have criticised for various policies, whether international or domestic. But I absolutely think, you know, from a UK perspective, and I say this as the person that wants to be the Foreign Secretary, a Conservative Foreign Secretary for our great country, we have to have better, stronger collaboration and closer ties with India. It's a Commonwealth country, one of the largest, well, it's the largest democracy in the world. We want to be a very strategic partner and ally with them.
All right, well, and don't forget, Trevor, the Quad. Now, the Quad is a very significant geopolitical development.
Yeah.
The Quad unites the four Indo-Pacific democracies, the United States, India, Japan and Australia. That would not have happened but for A, Shinzo Abe, a very determined Asian leader, and B, Narendra Modi, not letting sort of pre-independence era hang-ups contaminate a sensible foreign policy for India.
Well, you happily take me on to the fourth member of the Quad. Should we be worried about America's posture under President Trump?
I think that on balance, President Trump is doing a great deal of good. I think bombing the Iranian nuclear facilities was absolutely right. Managing to construct... And frankly, I just wish Britain had had the air power to join in and help.
You tell me about it. We were exactly challenging Labour on this.
But I think bullying, if you like, the European allies to increase their spending on defence are absolutely right. Realising that Beijing is a really serious geopolitical challenge to the United States and the democracies more generally, I think Trump has done a great job there. Now, look, I would certainly quibble about the mockery of Canada as the 51st state. I think it was a mistake to put penalty tariffs onto India because India is taking Russian oil without putting even bigger penalty tariffs onto Beijing. But on balance,
what about the tariffs on us?
On balance, Trump is a very good thing. Well, I think you've got 10%, Trevor, which is what we've got, which is the lowest rate. But look, Trump's speech at Windsor Palace, where he talked about the glorious contribution that Britain has made to the modern world, mentioning the Empire and Tolkien and C.S. Lewis and all of these people. I mean, what a wonderful tonic. I mean, you Britons must have felt proud of yourselves to be encouraged and praised like that by the leader of the free world.
Sadly, Tony, if we could deploy the King to discipline the American president every day, life would be very different.
And the one time we can be confident that President Trump has heard of AUKUS was when the King actually mentioned it to him.
Exactly. but on top of this, though, it's a nice thing to have our history valued and praised, because we have a government in this country that constantly want to rewrite our history and denude our history, and we should stand up for it with a great deal of pride. And on America, I have to say, I welcome the challenge from President Trump to us all, because we live in serious and dangerous times, and it's a really big point now. It's a turning point for all of us to basically say we need to get a grip of ourselves when it comes to investment in our defence and our security. I don't like tariffs. We believe in free markets. We want more free trade. But, you know, it's a tool that is being used, rightly or wrongly. Even so, he is challenging our institutions, you know, saying that we need to contribute more, calling for reform of even institutions like the United Nations, and I actually welcome that because I tried to do that previously in DFID. We cannot keep on putting our money into institutions that are not given the value that we need. And, you know, I absolutely believe that when Britain contributes, first of all, we're a country, not a charity. We absolutely must make sure that we follow money, people, outcomes. And we can't just write cheques anymore. And this is what Trump is basically telling the rest of the world.
Trump's speech to the United Nations, I thought, was absolutely electrifying. Now, there were the usual bits of Trump braggadocio, but his essential point that we are committing economic self-harm with the energy insanity. We are committing societal self-harm with mass immigration that isn't coupled with a very strong civic patriotism. I think these were essential points that really need to be taken seriously and properly assimilated by the whole Western world, but particularly by the Anglosphere.
Let's talk about immigration. We have a few minutes left, and as it happened, all three of us are descended from immigrants. You went the wrong way, but you know, you've become an associate member of a good nation. What can we learn from Operation Sovereign Borders?
Yeah, what we can learn is that it is possible to stop a wave of illegal migration by boat if you have sufficient will. Now, France is a different jumping off point to Indonesia, and you'd have to deal with France slightly differently to the way you would deal with Indonesia. But you start off with the clear understanding that any country which effectively facilitates illegal migration into yours is guilty of an unfriendly act. And you have a right as a sovereign nation, to protect yourself against what is, in effect, a peaceful invasion. So whether it's bringing back the Rwanda possibility or possibly establishing processing centres in British dependent territories like Ascension Island or somewhere like that, as opposed to putting people up in nice hotels in nice towns in Britain, whether it's holding people in a mothership on the English Channel and then putting them in unsinkable life rafts with just enough fuel to get back to France in the middle of the night, as we did with Java, or whether it's conducting very vigorous mafia-busting operations in northern France. I mean, Britain has to get serious about this, and it is going to involve deeply upsetting the French, but hey, Britain has had a lot of experience in that department, and it needs to happen again.
I've also done that too.
Tony Abbott fires the starting gun on another 100 years war.
No, but look, I think, Trevor, I mean, I spent some time speaking to Tony quite a bit when I was Home Secretary about Operation Sovereign Borders, because we drafted our legislation. It was the National Anti-Borders Act, as it now is, based on many of the elements that Tony put forward in Australia. We looked at pushbacks and turnbacks, you know, in the Channel. We even tried that with the Navy. But fundamentally, and this is the most important thing, it's about having a deterrent. That deterrent effect is absolutely crucial. And of course, we've got a government now that's just completely torn all that up. And earlier on today, I was with one of my former counterparts from Greece, the former Interior Minister from Greece, where Greece also had a very successful model through detention and reception centres, but also being incredibly firm that, you know, you come to the country legally, you have no legal status to be there, we'll process your claim, but, you know, you'll be removed to a third country. And do not forget right now, the Rwanda scheme is something that has been picked up by guess which country? The United States of America and President Trump. And by the way, the EU, despite all their criticisms of our original plan on Rwanda, they've been sending people to Rwanda through the European transfer mechanism. So it can be done, and it should be done, and it's a very powerful deterrent.
I do want to make this point. I do want to make this point. Not a single one of the people coming across the Channel are, I think, genuine refugees, because all of them have passed through several safe countries before they have sought the ultimate destination.
If it was Sunday morning, I could challenge you on all of that. But before we end, there's something I need to ask you, Tony, I think because of where we are. An election's probably 3 years away. What advice would you give the shadow Foreign Secretary as to how to prepare herself for the possibility that she might become the Foreign Secretary? And what wider advice would you give to this party about how to conduct themselves in opposition? Because you guys had a lot of experience of that. Rather more than you wanted, I think.
Well, Pretty, look, I think you've got to look at the wider world and see where can Britain make a difference and be determined to actually do it. I think that's what the Foreign Secretary needs to be doing. As for oppositions, and I was arguably a very successful opposition leader, there's no point making weak compromises with a bad government. You've got to be a strong and clear alternative. Now, sure, there's no point pretending that, you were perfect when you were last in government. I mean, no party has a God-given right to permanent existence. You've got to keep earning people's trust. But I've got to say that some of the announcements that have recently been made, getting out of the net zero straitjacket, which means that economic revitalisation and reindustrialisation can take place, getting out of the ECHR, which means that you won't have the lawfare stopping you from protecting your own borders. These are strong and important steps. And now the party can go out and campaign every day, relentlessly, saying to the British people, we will get your power bills down, we will keep the country safe, and frankly, I think this is the beginning of a great fight back, the great fight back that Britain needs.
Thank you, David.
And pretty lastly, how do you do all the things that Tony's just been talking about without looking like Reform Light?
No, I absolutely think that, you know, we have to demonstrate. First of all, winning back the trust of the British people is absolutely crucial. You can only do that by being serious and professional, showing that you have substance, that you're rolling your sleeves up and you're working hard because you care about the future of the country, and you've got the plans behind it. And you've heard, Trevor, you've heard this week already, you know, a series of policy announcements. We've got to be out there and not just campaign on them, which we'll absolutely do, but demonstrate why they're applicable to the country that we live in today and the future of our country, and how effectively we can be a good, sensible, experienced government serving the British people. We are dedicated and committed to doing that.
Occasionally, there will be a need to politely disagree with reform, but mostly the fight has got to be with the Green, left, cultural, Marxist Labor Party.
Okay, exactly.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you have your marching orders. Please thank Priti Patel and Tony Abbott.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chairman of the National Conservative Conference,